Hello everyone, welcome back. Hi, I'm Chef JT. We're doing pork tonight. BB cooking pork. I should actually turn the oven on, get that going. 350 is fine to preheat. How is everyone this lovely in the US holiday weekend? Charcuterie. I'm torn on charcuterie. Like, they need to have, like, charcuterie hangout spots. Like, there needs to be a charcuterie version of wine bars. Because, like, that's not, like... I don't think of charcuterie and meat platters and all of that sort of thing, even cheese platters so much, as really a huge restaurant thing. Yeah, cheese platters if you're French doing all the fancy cheeses and all that. That's not really what I'm talking about, though. But you bring that to an investor, and the investor's going to be like, why don't you just have a whole restaurant and get them for the dinner tab, too? It's the problem with most of my concepts. Like, I don't even know how to phrase what the problem is, but like, mainstream wants to keep you into this Overton window of what's acceptable as a business, I guess. A little bit of an overpour in the coffee. By a little bit, I mean about 6 grams. So we're going to be rubbing our pork with crushed pineapple, fresh serrano, and I don't know what else I can think of. Probably some honey, and we're definitely going to throw a pack of pork stock in the bottom to help braise and keep things an even temp. I thought the Poblanos were an interesting idea as something different as a side. I was trying to think of something to take up a little bit of time, considering it's going to take a while to roast that hunk of meat. This ain't a couple pounds. Batteries are getting low on the scale again. I went out and got half and half today because my half and half this morning was not all that pleasant. I didn't get to have a morning coffee today. Maybe it's apple if you say it while holding your tongue. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for joining me this lovely evening. Happy Sunday to you. Cheers. Okay, where do we start with stuff? I think we need to start by mixing up our stuff that's going with the pineapple. Why, hello there, camera. Have you figured out how Zoom works tonight? Actually, let's not even use a bowl for this. I guess, by some definition, you could call this a bowl still. Can of crushed pineapple. Every little, I mean, I use a lot of dishes, I get it, but at the same time, no dishwasher. Dishwasher. So yes, every dish saved. Needed. Hi, Nan Reader. I didn't welcome in everyone else. What am I doing? Hi, there's Logo. Welcome in, Will Poker. Hello, JK. Hi, Soph. Happy to have all of you in with me this evening. Welcome in, Dragon. Take off this outer layer of the onion. Oh, I was hoping to save that one. That one's pretty thin at the top. I think we're going to take that one too. And, well, we'll chop it up a little bit. This one, we're going to slice up. Also going with this, we need one of these bad boys. I'm going to put it in there, seeds and all. Want to get all of that hot heat out of the serrano. Or, not serrano, cayenne pepper. Yeah, it's fun when the random script ends up where it started. Do I want to include the stock here? No, I don't. Let's get the stock out so it's easier to get out of the bag, though. Actually, this needs to be defrosted. So we're going to defrost the stock. Come on. Yeah, I cut through you. Oh, there we go. That doesn't look very clean. What the heck got on you? Looks like it's just dirt, dust, like from I was burning something on the stove or something. I don't know. I can't even remember what I've made in the last week, so I mean... I know what I'm making tomorrow, though. Tomorrow we're taking the leftover pork from tonight, making lettuce wraps. I'm going to be doing roasted corn elote style salad. I'm not going to be doing it on the cob, but like Mexican street corn or elote corn or... Fish sandwich was pretty good. Like, even like I had the leftovers last night. Like, it was 2 nights ago to the stream, but I had the leftovers last night. Still good as leftovers. Okay, what else do I need in this right now? Seasonings. Do I have any garlic left at all? Ooh. I forgot I got these. I got new garlic. Coleslaw was great. Bread was awesome. The only problem with that bread, those rolls, like they're nice, soft. That recipe gives you nice, soft bread. But it's not like modern day soft bread. Like, it's still bread. I'm now realizing I did AP flour with that too, so that may have worked with that too, but... Potatoes were not great the day after. But like, when our French fries, like it's almost like potato takes on an entirely third structure. Like, it's, you have the raw potato, you have the cooked potato, and then you have the reheated potato. And whatever that turns into is... I know there's people that feel that way about chicken, too. I think that has more to do with what brand and style and upbringing of chicken you're buying. Cheap chicken is cheap for a reason. Where the cheese? Welcome! Thank you for the raid, folks. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you, Logo. Appreciate the raid. Hello, everyone. I'm Chef JT. I cook here on Twitch 4 nights a week. We're doing a big pork shoulder roast tonight. I'm just getting started. What were we up to, Bearded Cheese? I'm gonna go ahead and blend this, so I'm gonna have to mute while I'm blending. Nice, little Overwatch action. Awesome, awesome. Why does this pan look dirty? I need to fire my dishwasher. I didn't take out the heel on this, or the stem. I want these all to be individual pieces. I don't really care if this stem stays in there, I just don't want it holding everything together. And we're going to take these onions and break them up on the bottom layer, just to create a thin space between our pork. You can put a metal rack in here or something instead, but I want a little bit of space around it, even though it's going to be probably filled with liquid most of the time, between the bottom of the pan and our pork. You're out because I need you later. Now we're gonna have to dry this off. This needs... For anyone new in here, the pork that we're cooking with tonight, I butchered from a half pig I bought on 6/12. This is, I had broken down, if you're unfamiliar with the breakdown of a pig, what they call a pork butt and what they sell as a pork butt in stores is not the butt of the pig. That's the ham. And so what you have is the front shoulder of the animal is split into two. You have the pork shoulder and the pork butt. I took those two and split them into 3 instead of 2. Dry off all this lovely mystery moisture from the bag. Ooh. And that's out of the lake of pig juice. Ooh. So project right now is getting pork in the oven, and then we'll get into working with the peppers. There's still probably going to be a little bit of in the oven time with this beauty. Hi, Alex. How's Ohio? It is hot here. Hot. It was pushing 100 here, which for here, that's nice how I wash my hands just before touching that, right? clean off this area the pork was in. Knife over here to be watched because it got pork on it. Okay, we're gonna pour this loveliness over the top of this. So, just joining in, we have pureed pineapple, red onion, cayenne pepper, the actual fresh pepper, not the ground stuff, and some garlic. The pink is entirely because of the red onion. If you don't like the pink, you can just use a yellow onion. I'll tell you what, this burns the nose a little bit. I breathe this much longer, I'm gonna be bawling from that onion. Fighting it. Wow. Okay, now we definitely need all of our other seasonings here. I haven't added basically any seasoning here at this point. We've just put the fresh stuff on there. So we're definitely going to need some salt. So, might as well get some salt. Little MSG. Black pepper. Stock is warmed up, so we're going to go ahead and add a couple of things to that. Stock's going to go in the bottom of the pan, so we're going to add a bunch of soy sauce, lemon juice, Worcestershire, and salt because I don't keep my stock salted. We were ready there. Oh, we're gonna do. I think we're going to leave it there. I am going to carefully pour this stock here where I don't think it'll disturb the top. The point of putting everything on the top is retaining moisture as much as possible. And actually, for the start of this is going to be wrapped with foil to keep all of the moisture in there as much as possible. And I'm going to toss this into hot oven. I preheated to 350. I'm going to drop it to 300 once this is in here. And there we go. Pork is in the oven. So I think I'm going to mix tortillas. In this case, I would give it at least 3 hours. We're probably going to be pushing 4 hours tonight. I am going to be taking some AFK let it cook times here. Like, I tried to find things that would help fill out 3 to 4 hours of cooking and prep. It's sort of hard to do. And so, I think the general plan here is going to be, I'm going to make tortillas here, make the dough for our tortillas, hopefully get that together around ad time. We'll take a brief break at the top of the hour. I'll come back, we'll start working on the tortillas properly, get the tortillas done, and then we'll work on the peppers. Maybe take a break after the tortillas are done. Tortillas can be done ahead of time, they can rest, they don't have to be hot that moment, and we can rewarm them easily. The peppers, I sort of want them hot and ready with dinner. Okay, masa and flour. And we're doing this with oil again, because, again. Because someone forgot to buy lard. Yes, I have a gas stove. That's reminding me that I should turn the fan on though, because we got the oven on. I'm usually pretty good about that. I usually just turn the fan on when I'm starting stream, but I think it makes me hotter over here with the fan running and nothing going on. If there's something hot over there, it helps. Well, I'm a big cast iron fan, so it's either gas or induction for me. I'm not going to fight someone saying that the gas is worse for our environment, but inductions have a coil that has a lifetime too. they now at least have it to the point where, unless you're buying something cheap imported off of Amazon or Alibaba, or which probably won't be doing for much longer anyways, but unless you're doing that, most of them for the home are designed to last at least 10 years. But what their gauge of normal use is over that 10 years, don't know. Why did I just put that away? I still need this. It's because I'm talking and not paying attention. Got a new bag of masa today. So I don't know how this one's going to 100% react. But we're going to add a bunch of oil of these. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why I didn't hear that. Did it play the alert? I see it in my feed. Okay. We got oil, we got that. We need water. Let's use cold water. Cold water. Cold water. Fully connected. Is SprinkleBot's fully connected? Maybe something's messed up with my StreamerBot setup. Mix these up separately because I want to work the gluten in the flour, whereas there's no real gluten in the masa to work. I like doing 50-50 on my tacos, or on my tortillas, because get the structure and the softness from the flour, get the flavor from the corn. I just realized what might be up. My network server is down. My storage is down. Or it's not running right now. It might be linked to a sound on my NAS instead of locally. So I didn't change anything else. We'll need this a little bit, get that gluten worked a little bit. Best way I've heard to explain what you're doing here when you're kneading dough is when you look at the gluten which are partial proteins. They're like coiled up little balls of yarn or little springs. And so what you're doing here by folding and stretching constantly is hopefully turning that into more like something closer to cotton. You stretch them all out and they sort of become a network. And therefore have a structure that holds other things, like our masa. This I'm just going to mix until I get the moisture sort of even. By the way, I'm sorry to Mexican grandmothers who would do despicable things to me for mixing masa and flour, I would believe. And then kneading it just to get it to come back together once we break it apart. Alright, there is our tortilla dough. We're now going to allow that to rest for about 20 minutes. And I think I'm going to take a bit of an AFK here. 20 minutes sounds reasonable, since we're pushing times here. We're going to have an ad here in a little less than 5 minutes. So, yeah. I'm going to play some old school ads, and I will see all of your lovely faces back here in a little less than 20 minutes.
Hey kids, look what's new. A brand new cereal just for you. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package. See? Inside, delicious, crispy, crinkly stars. And outside, a real storybook. All about Twinkles, the magic elephant. See him fly with his rotor tail. Watch him do tricks with his magic trunk. Meet Twinkle's friends, Fulton the inventor, Sanford the parrot, Wilbur the monkey, and more. Read all about their adventures on every storybook package of Twinkles. And wait till you taste those golden little stars, filled with the goodness of energy oats and corn. Remember, only Twinkles has the storybook package. Just tear the magic line and your storybook opens. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package.
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies,
and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
Yes, sir. If you want real entertainment, the best place to find it is in front of a General Electric Black Daylight big-as-life television set. Sports, comedy, drama, news, music. Yes, they're all yours, merely at the turn of a dial. This model has a big 16-inch black rectangular tube that lets you see everything that the camera sees, true to life and as big as life. Sparkling contrast and sharp focus give you pictures of such clarity that you feel you're right there on the scene. The cabinet, designed and constructed by America's leading cabinet makers, fits gracefully into any type of room. Genuine mahogany veneers, hand-rubbed for lasting beauty and durability, are just one example of the painstaking attention to every detail, which makes this cabinet one that you'll be proud to have in your home. The precision engineering and careful assembly techniques used in making this General Electric Black Daylight television set are your assurance of television at its finest. See it in operation at your General Electric dealers tomorrow. And when you see it, well, you'll know that you're seeing the best.
Say, do you remember this old milk glass setting hen? Well, you know, milk glass was an early American favorite. And when the folks in the old days wanted something really delightful, they'd take one of their milk glass goblets and pour some very fine wine right into it. Well, now, you know, it's Welch's wine that is keeping this wonderful tradition alive. A real wine for folks who really want the best. Yes, today's answer to this age-old family tradition is Welch's family wine, the answer to warm hospitality and really gracious living, and the wine that so many Americans enjoy these wintry days. You know, there is very good reason for this ever-increasing popularity of Welch's wine. Now, you folks know that all sweet Concord kosher wines are made from grape juice. And everybody knows who has been making the very finest grape juice for the past 85 years. Welch's, of course. And the only kosher wine made from Welch's grape juice is naturally Welch's kosher wine. Now, when you want the best in grape juice, you buy Welch's. So, doesn't it make sense, then, if you want the best and most delicious kosher wine, you insist on Welch's family wine? You get several bottles tomorrow. Try the half-gallon size. You enjoy the wine of all occasions. That's right, when it comes to wine, you'll do well to insist on Welch's.
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food, or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for Movie Week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
Daddy! Gee, Mom was counting on that Jell-O cake for Johnny's Scout meeting tomorrow. Okay, Daddy. It's so easy to make a cake with Betty Crocker cake mix. I'll make her another one. White cake, devil's food, yellow cake.
It's a good thing her mom's modern. I'm Betty Crocker. With my yellow cake mix, all you do is add water and a couple of fresh eggs. The other ingredients are in the package. Same fine things you'd use right in your own home. You'll get a perfect cake just like this, or write General Mills, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they'll send your money back. A high cake, a light cake, a better tasting cake.
And don't think it isn't. That's why Betty Crocker herself says,
I guarantee a perfect cake every time you bake, cake after cake after cake.
If you're a student, a mother active in club work, a man who brings work home from the office, this was made for you. The Remington Office Writer, a new kind of portable designed to give you the extra features you need. King-size carriage, so long it can handle a sheet of school notebook paper lengthwise. Look, the Office Writer types nearly the full 11-inch length of the paper, the only portable it can. The Office Writer types up to 10 carbons, so that even the very last copy is easy to read. Cut clear, clean stencils unlike any ordinary portable. See the exciting new Remington Office Writer at your dealers. The price only $149.50, carrying case at slight additional cost. Available after a small down payment for only $1.50 a week. Terms payable monthly, including taxes and a small carrying charge.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Count down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
Now, class, Mr. Tiger will show us how Kellogg's Sugar Frosted Flakes cereal starts out.
Is the flake real?
It's a cornfield. Kellogg's toast corn into golden flakes and adds a secret frosting. Helps keep them extra crunchy and delicious. It's part of your good breakfast and tastes.
I know. Great! Sit down breakfast with Tony, and you'll discover why it's great.
Mr. Tiger, you're wonderful.
Oh, shucks.
Univac, the giant electronic brain made only by Remington Rand, takes business statistics from magnetic tape, letters, numbers, and punctuation marks, processing them through its electronic circuits at phenomenal speeds. Univac can compute payrolls electronically, then produce printed checks in a flash. Over 8,000 checks an hour with this high-speed printer. Univac leads the field of electronic computing.
What are you doing here? You ought to be outside with the rest of the kids.
This is where Thanksgiving really begins, isn't it, Edgar?
Well, now, if you're referring to the aroma of roast turkey, I concur.
No, Ray, I was talking about the kitchen. It looks like a real center of hospitality.
Did you say hospitality?
Uh-huh.
That's one thing we're always prepared for around here. Help yourself.
Wouldn't this be a good time for you and your guests to have Coca-Cola, too?
Yes, and Coca-Cola is so delicious, so refreshing, so tempting to any guest when you bring out those familiar bottles with tiny beads of moisture running down their frosty sides, assuring you that the Coke inside is really ice cold. And the good, the gracious, the friendly homes of America are always prepared for hospitality, not only on Thanksgiving Day, but every day, all the year around, no matter who comes to call or who happens to drop in. And one of the easiest, simplest, and surest ways in the world to be prepared for hospitality is to have plenty of Coca-Cola in your refrigerator, ice cold and ready to serve all the time. It's a wonderful way to say to folks, so glad you came. Welcome anytime.
play while someone sings. Hi, gang. Do you recognize this mouse guitar? It's just like the one the Mouseketeers gave me. And now Mattel toy makers, the people who made my mouse guitar, have a big surprise for you. You can have your very own mouse guitar just like mine. And look, I wrote out all the instructions so you can learn to play the songs we play on the show. Remember, gang, you can now get the mouse guitar wherever toys are sold for only $4. Hey, I almost forgot. Be sure to see the Mouseketeer Junior, too. Just turn the crank and it plays the Mouseketeer theme song. The Mouseketeer Junior is only $1.80. Be sure to look for this label, gang. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
Everybody needs energy-packed Sunbeam bread. Yes, it's all aboard for fun in the park, but Junior hasn't got energy enough for fun. He'd sure like to ride that horse. Hey, what's this? An energy-packed Sunbeam sandwich. You bet every delicious slice of Sunbeam bread sure does pack a big energy wallop. There's nothing like Sunbeam Energy to help you stay on the beam. Now, look at them go. On Sunbeam Energy, they sure do enjoy life. Everybody needs the kind of real zip and zing pep that delicious Sunbeam bread gives you. Yes, stay on the beam with energy-packed Sunbeam bread. All day long, eat Sunbeam bread and renew energy as you burn it up. Eat delicious Sunbeam bread.
You are now looking at a slice of bread being spread with creamy-style Skippy peanut butter, as only Mary Ellen can spread it there. All right, now, as you look at that, don't want you to leave me, because I want to show you something, believe it or not, that a lot of people like even better. Suppose we were to take some fresh roasted peanuts here, and like Mary Ellen has been doing all evening, and putting them in a nut chopper here. Give a couple more little chugs, will you, please? Mm-hmm. I think that'll do it just fine. Now you find in there some just tiny little golden nuggets of roasted peanuts, and they are colossal. Now, I want to try something here. Suppose we were to take these, now let me try an experiment, do you mind, honey? And we'd sprinkle them over the creamy-style Skippy. Say, how is that, huh?
Ooh, that looks good.
It does look good. All I did that for was to tell you that you can get that and enjoy it anytime you want. You won't have to go through any chopping process either, because the Skippy people do that for you in chunk style. That's done for you up in the factory. Now, chunk style, you see, has sprinkled all through it very generously through the entire jar those golden little nuggets that you saw there, just about like that. So that's already done for you there. Now, of course, either style, whether it's cream or chunky, if you get Skippy, you are getting the peanut butter that stays fresh right down to the last spoonful in the jar. And so I make it very simple again. I want you to know that this is an honest fact.
If you like peanuts, you'll like Skippy.
Something new has been added. The General Electric portable mixer now has a drink mixer for delicious shakes and juice drinks in quicker than a shake. An extra attachment at no extra cost. This GE portable mixer weighs less than 3 pounds, yet it's powerful enough to blend the heaviest batter. Also mixes sauces at the range. It has low speed for cookie dough, medium speed for beating frostings, and high speed for whipping egg whites. And look, this handy push button releases the beaters at a touch. And no dangling cord. You can remove the cord so it stores neatly on the wall. Comes in 4 decorator colors. See it at your GE dealers. Does any mixing job anywhere.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light. That's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
Here's an amazing free offer for everyone who's overweight. Even if you've tried other methods and failed, you can still lose ugly fat fast.
Yes, thousands can tell you that calometric control is the only safe, sure, effective way to reduce. Now, this package contains the Wonder 10-Day Diet that gives you 3 delicious meals a day, plus a bedtime snack, even includes a jog for your willpower. Yet you take only 3 calometric tablets a day. And here's the sensational free offer. A 30-day supply of wonderful calometric tablets. A certified $3.50 value when you buy the regular calometric way to weight control. You save $3.50. Now, that's a $7 value for only $3.50. A 50% saving. And how can you get your free bottle of calometric tablets? Well, just send in this calometric box top with your name and address. Your druggist will give you a postage-paid envelope already addressed to the calometric company. Now, don't lose hope. Lose weight. Get calometric reducing formula at your drugstore. Send the box top in the free postage-paid envelope. Get your $3.50 bottle of calometric tablets free. Don't wait. Act now.
Here's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients, if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
It's only 10 1/2 inches high.
Stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads,
Great cabbage heads. Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
No, Jane and Ann aren't the Crest testers here. Their daddy is. You see, Crest also showed it worked for older people like the Allbrands before it became recognized effective against cavities. Jim, when were you in this toothpaste test?
Back in college.
Let's show the story filmed at a recent reunion. Well, Jim, how did you become part of this toothpaste test?
The dentists at Indiana University asked us to.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's get the music going again in the background. Alright, back to tortillas. Now that we've let our dough rest for a bit. Actually, we'll just leave it in there and scoop it out of there. Hey, Dances. Welcome. No, we've got these all rolled. Start flattening. Making tortillas for anyone just joining in. These are 50% corn, 50% flour, avocado oil, and water. I've got a pork shoulder in the oven roasting. Nope, these are yellow corn and sticking to the board apparently. But like I said, 50% flour, 50% corn, so flour does whiten things up considerably. It's actually a new bag of masa. I'm going to start over with this one. I used to have white corn masa, but this most recent bag that I bought today was yellow corn. The roast pork is going to take a decent amount of time to cook. It's only been in there maybe 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Come on, one last roll. I don't know if it really comes across on camera. Yeah, there's a little bit, you can see it there. There's since I sort of layered the corn and masa, there's still a little bit of a layerage that you can still see in the way it looks. I just way stretched that dough. Oh, I'm using pineapple, which is not really citrus, but it's definitely acidic and contains a enzyme that will break down proteins. Oh, I threw a little lemon juice in there too. I just realized I got an echo going with the back. Oh, water glass. Left my water glass back here too. There we go, camera. So we'll get a couple of these rolled out and then we'll start cooking them. Both heavily acidic things that would break them down. Sugar, the Coca-Cola is going to add a ton of sugar too. I've done Mountain Dew ribs. I've done some other type of ribs too. Was it Dr. Pepper? Haven't done a whole lot of soda with like pork shoulder or pork butt. Hey, Diesel. Pineapple and soil are a great soil. Don't be putting dirt in your food. Pineapple and soy are a great, like, simple step to Pacific. Root beer sounds lovely. I need to do more stuff with burners. I guess we can start heating the pan now. It's just a little terroir. That is definitely not what I wanted. You are what I wanted. And you need a little bit of a wipe down. Get a little bit of light oil on there. I'm not really looking to have an oiled pan, but I don't want it bare and dry metal either. So I'm going to wipe off as much as the paper towel will let me. But it's now all nice and shiny. We'll preheat the pan while we're rolling this one. Sad thing about both ginger ale and root beer, they're essentially all the same company. Like, whether you're after Barks, A&W, Mug, or Mug's Coke, isn't it? Thank you for the follow. Hey, there's the alerts. I didn't change anything. Alerts weren't working earlier for some reason. Let's throw this one in here for our first trial. Wrong side. There we go. I guess I'll roll this, continue rolling while we're waiting on that to cook. Hi there, chat. No, back down here. There we go. I know, I thought I was reaching for the sky, but I was reaching behind it, so it didn't quite work. Did you enjoy that picture of my armpit? I'm going with that. It's mostly cooked through at this point. Gotta use the official tortilla folder, though. Nice speckling on that where it's mostly warmed through now. I forgot to buy cabbage for tonight, chat. I was gonna shred a little bit of cabbage. I've used up all my cabbage for making slaw all this last week. But I was gonna have a little cabbage to go on all of these with the pork and all of that. But guess we're not going there now. There we go, that's looking pretty. No bubble. That was trying to turn into pita bread. Oh, captions. Oh, captions. I don't know why I'm talking to a camera that's not even plugged in. Sixth camera. Oh, you're feeling much further along. Yeah, you even got a little browning on you before I flipped you that time. Going to be filling our Poblanos tonight with the scrap parts of a cauliflower. I'm going to be roasting the rest of the cauliflower off tomorrow night. Going to have roasted cauliflower and corn, street corn salad. Let's see here. That was your 85th correct answer, so. You are currently our scramble champion. And if I ever get around to fixing the stats that are supposed to be playing at the top of the screen up there, you would be shown on those. But I haven't gotten around to that lately. I tried to work on, well, the biggest problem with that stat bar up there is I tried to make all of the stats, not just your plain Jane, boring, ad time. We're just going to keep cooking tortillas during the ad. But I totally lost my train of thought there. Let me see if my database dashboard is working tonight. Let's see if you're in the top 100, see if I can... You are not. You are rotisserie. Dances, you have... Yeah, you're rotisserie chef. Yeah, with the transition to SprinkleBot, there's a bunch of them that are missing, and actually it's supposed to be announcing them, whether they happen during Twitch streams or other times. It's supposed to be getting announced in Discord, and that isn't happening right now. That's on the list. I also got rid of, there's a bot called Me6, M-E-E-6, and that is a Discord bot that I used to use for controlling what's going on in Discord, and I've recently gotten rid of that too. So between the transition of using SprinkleBot and SprinkleBot taking over for Me 6, I believe they're porters, so they're busboys. Though there isn't really a dishwasher position in the brigade system, which is what the names are based off of. You go from porter to commis, which is like technically a chef, but like that's the one that's starting at 6 in the morning and doing all the beginning basic prep, and you know, if they're advantageous, they're staying there through dinner and only getting paid until like lunch. They're the lowest person that's working in the kitchen. Like, not in... They get picked on. In many kitchens they do, but it's the position that's just assumed that doesn't know everything that's going on. What are you doing, camera? Why did you do that? We okay over here? We're not burning? Okay, cool. I'm good with that one. But at the same time, they're still like, it's so weird, like, that you're saying above and below, like, they would be above a dishwasher. At the same time, I'm saying that most chefs are like, I don't have a good dishwasher, this place doesn't run. Sort of strange that porters are sort of more considered front of house these days. Like, they sort of, in many cases, the busboys get tipped out by the servers minorly and stuff like that. No, chef de cuisine is chef of the kitchen. They are just below the executive chef. There's a couple of different chef D that could be in that same realm. Essentially, especially in like fine dining things where you got, you know, the celebrity head chef. They're out meeting, greeting, dealing with high-end guests, that sort of a thing. That person is in charge of keeping the kitchen running smoothly so the chef doesn't have to worry about it. He's the one that's going to be on your butt 90% of the time. It's not going to be the sous chef will be on your butt all day long, but if you do something really wrong, chef de cuisine's on your butt. And it depends, again, entirely on how big of an organization and all that sort of thing. No one really follows the brigade system anyways anymore, but you wouldn't also have... You would have so many sous chefs in a brigade kitchen, because a brigade kitchen would have like 100 plus. Like, if you have a full brigade kitchen, you have a lot of people in that kitchen. Because you have chefs for each of the different stations. So a sous chef is going to be the person working under that person. And then you have the cooks. And then... which are the commis. But... which I'm probably mispronunciating because I've never been like back and forth with... Is that how it's... Is that how you pronounce it? Okay, so we got our tortillas made. Let's prep up our rice. Starting by melting some more stock, because I'm going to use stock to make my rice tonight. Because I'm getting the itch to make stock again here. Sometime. I still got a ways to go with this. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which chef knife do I go with tonight? I went with the lighter weight one of the two. It's slightly shorter. It's a little more general purpose than the other one. Oops, that was both loud and unintentional. approximately 1.5 cups of rice on the cutting board. We got about 3 cups of stock there. What other spices do we want in them with our chicken stock or our rice? I'm gonna say salt and pepper and MSG. Sort of wishing I had some tomato powder to put in there. It's been a long time since I bought some tomato powder. I think the store that I bought it at last time doesn't exist anymore. I think I'm just gonna go with a little cumin. Or should I do cumin and coriander? Coriander added. And what the heck, we'll do a little garlic too. But light. Add a touch more water to compensate for what evaporates while it's heating up, and a touch more water than I'd really had there. Actually, it's probably okay because this rice doesn't quite do a 2-to-1. Trying to breathe my water, chat. That's not good. You shouldn't try and breathe your water. I mean, we need oxygen to breathe, but that's a bit much. The body's so good at getting rid of it too, isn't it? We're going to take a long AFK here after we get this rice all set to go. Because we got our tortillas ready, we'll have our rice ready to go. And we'll be ready to start in on doing our peppers after we come back. But that'll also get us closer to pork being done and ready and peppers done with the pork. Same thing with the rice. I'm just making sure the rice is honestly giving a little, some form of content we can here. Extend this little middle section here. We'll have the rice all set to go. I'm not going to do ads this next time. I think I'm going to just leave the music playing with stuff on the cutting board. I will be here and in chat and able to answer any questions. See what we got for tortillas here before we get out of here. I think that turned out great. They may complain edges aren't perfectly smooth, you didn't have enough hydration, but I think that's pretty good. Tortilla. Welcome, Raiders, for a third time. Now that my microphone's finally running. Thank you for joining in, everyone. Greatly appreciate the raid. What were we doing tonight, Megabytes? What were we making? Thank you for the follows. I'm in sort of a little bit of an AFK and hangout. Happy to sit here and chat with all you lovely folks. We do have a pork shoulder in the oven right now. Pork shoulder is in there. I've got it coated with, I blended together pineapple, onion, a couple cloves of garlic, a whole cayenne pepper, and then used that to coat the top and keep the whole roast moist as it cooked in the oven. I poured in a bag of my homemade stock with some other seasonings and good stuff in there, some soy, some lemon juice, things like that. That's all in the bottom of the pan, along with a sliced up onion to keep the pork directly off of the bottom of the pan. So that has been roasting. That's already been in the oven now for, well, let's see here. That's been in the oven approaching 2 hours at this point. Ooh, double raid. Why are we not getting alerts for the raids? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciate the raids, everyone. I guess I'm going to go ahead and repeat myself. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. I'd love to hear what you've been up to tonight, Whiskey Monster. Working on pork shoulder for tonight. Let's take things even further back this time. A couple months ago, June, I bought a half pig from the butcher here on stream, and I broke that down here on stream. If you know the anatomy of a pig, the pork butt and the pork shoulder are more or less the same cut. They're in the same area. One of them typically has the actual shoulder of the animal, and instead of turning that into 2 cuts, I turned it into 3 when I broke it down. That way I had 3 smaller roasts since I'm just cooking for myself. So I'm working on one of those tonight. The one that's actually got the shoulder. It's got the shoulder bone in it. I took that, I coated in, I pureed up pineapple, red onion, fresh cayenne pepper, not like the ground pepper, but actual pepper, and some garlic cloves. Added some, and then blended that all up. Put some onion on the bottom of the pan, put the pork on top of the onion, and then poured a mixture of my homemade stock with soy sauce, lemon juice, and a few other things in there in the bottom of the pan. That's all wrapped up in aluminum foil and roasting in the oven. Like I said, that's almost been in there for 2 hours at this point. And then we're doing some other things on top of that. I'm going to be doing, I'm in the middle of I was in a little bit of an AFK here before I started getting raided by everyone, because we're sort of just waiting on the pork to roast a bit. I've got rice set up here to cook when we're ready to go. This is another batch of, this is my chicken stock, but it's another bag of my own homemade stock, which I just melted down and a little bit more water too for volume. We got seasoning and salt and all that good stuff in with the rice all ready to go. And then I made tortillas earlier. I did 50% corn, 50% flour on my tortillas. They're getting a little steamy, so that's why I'm flipping them here. And just toasted them off in the stove. They're ready to go when Everything else is, I'm going to pull that moisture off of this though. For anyone new in here and unfamiliar with me, hi, I'm Jason, Chef JT. I cook on Twitch 4 nights a week and YouTube. Have been doing so for 6+ years now. And yeah. Try to mix things up, try to have some fun. I do weekly ingredient challenges on Wednesday. Everyone can vote in my Discord on an ingredient. You can submit new ones to get voted in. And I have to use that to make dinner and dessert. Let's check it out on chat. I've just been rambling. Let's see here. Now you want to, yeah, pork shoulders, they're good stuff. Which is sort of funny. Well, pork shoulder, pork butt. It's sort of funny that they're sort of like, it got the name pork butt because it was like the undesirable cut. Because it was the cheap, undesirable cut of the pig, and they stored it in a butt barrel. They transported them, preserved them in butt barrels. That's why you have pork butt as a cut, but it has nothing to do with the animal's butt. Well, if you're in here, maybe I should start drinking. Let's see. I don't have one chillin', do I? Oh, I do. I do. I do. We'll go with the Johnny Walker glass tonight. Not getting too exotic here. I have a lime here, that helps. Add in a couple of ice cubes here. It was hot here today, and so I think this is a good drink for this. Oh, hey, we got the timer now showing over my face. I didn't realize that. That's good times. We'll throw that up there. Keep that timer going. That isn't really the end of the pork shoulder roasting. That's when I was planning on coming back earlier to start in on doing the poblanos and the rice. But I think we should do a little gin. That looks good. We'll throw one of these corners of lime in there. Give it a little squeeze first. And then a little tonic to go with our Tanqueray. Russian store. I'm surprised we don't have a Russian store here in Sonoma that I know about. Like, if you're familiar with the Russian area, like, we got a number of cities in the area that are like Russian named. We have the Russian River. We have actually a pretty big, like, most of them have moved away a long time ago, but there is a base of like Russian immigrants in Sonoma County. So, thank you everyone. Thank you so much for the raids. Appreciate you joining me. Cheers for a second time. Normally a little bit more of a bourbon whiskey kind of guy. I've been doing Tanqueray and tonics most of the summer though. They're just so nice and refreshing summertime wise. I mean, they got that bitterness to them, but otherwise they're greatly refreshing. It's almost like what's the other one that I normally gauge my bars on thanks to Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, I got all sorts of bourbon stuff in here. No bourbon in the actual cabinet today right now, but we have makers around here somewhere. What happened to my bottle of makers? Yeah, bottle of makers, and I got a bottle of Kirkland. Is it down here? Yeah, it's down there. Camera. What are you following down here? That's the trash. I've done some other Buffalo Trace stuff. I got a couple of these. I'm trying to collect all of them. Trying to. It's going to take me another 20 years, but yeah, I have extended family in Kentucky, and so every couple of years I make it out there. They also give me things. Those glasses all came from my uncle, so. Well, let's see. Yeah, I've gone number of different places. I wouldn't say that I've done everything by far, but I've done Buffalo Trace a couple of times, 2-3 times. I've done Makers. I've done Wild Turkey. Done what's the one downtown Lewiston? It's not really, or downtown Louisville. It's really more like, this is how we do things than actually showing how they do things, which I'm not really in love with. I've been to... What other glasses do I have? I've been to Bardstown. Bardstown's an interesting operation. They're, do I have the right name for that? Yeah, Bardstown. It's over there. They're sort of like a new gen place. Like, they're putting out new bourbons. but they're also doing a lot of like orders for other labels and mixing, and so like their releases are more like mixes of stuff that they're producing for other people. Like they're starting to come out with like their own line, I guess, at this point, but well, that's not a bourbon then. That's whiskey. I like whiskey. I sort of agree with the Europeans at this point in my life. I've sort of gone back and forth on this. I'm terroir, origins, proper names, when it comes to food, it matters, I think. Like, there's certainly a debate over that, you know, like, do we need winemakers fighting over pink wine, blue wine? But and I also feel like a lot of names are hardly anything that has a creator actually created that, especially in the food world. So I'm mostly basing that name and what it is off of terroir, and less, you know, what guy's marketing it. Like, I don't like to say that I made or I created this sort of stuff. I do to a degree, but I like much more the idea that I've tried doing that. I've done it rather than it was not mine, you know. I may have used my knowledge in my kitchen, tools, equipment, and time, etc., to make a better or worse product. Actually, I wouldn't say that. Well, I may be a snob over what's called bourbon. We got people all over the U.S. trying to make bourbon now. You got all sorts of alcohol businesses opening up in Texas and stuff like that, because real modern science is showing, you know, the heat cycles are really what are aging and defining alcohol. If you're in Texas where that heat cycle is much larger, you can have a much quicker and bigger impact. But then you end up, in my opinion, a rougher, not as nice product as the stuff that was properly aged old school in a much more mellow environment. Capitalism. We gotta have that bourbon in 2 years instead of... It gets even more complicated with that mark, which, yeah, I mean, origin to me is the big one that's important. But that gets into, like, the whole DMCA conversation when it comes to media and everything else. I mean, we used... McDonald's used DMCA to be able to repair their ice cream machines. Or rather, their franchisers did, but... don't know. Where does agave grow? I'm not 100% on that. Can they grow agave in Texas? Yeah, I didn't know if it was southern Mexico or the more tropical parts of Mexico or what. Have Texas make mezcal popular again. I guess tequila bars are like the in thing the last couple of years when it's been cocktails. Like, so much so that Guy Fieri opened a tequila bar in, like, Philly, I think it was? Like, I don't know why that man's a restaurateur at all anymore, but hey. Actually, I do know. It's, like, he's actually from Sonoma County, or at least lives here. I don't know exactly where he was born. And his restaurants that he had here have no longer exist. There are now new restaurants opening up with his name, but that's because some business wanted to use his name for marketing. Local pizza chain decided to partner up with him to make chicken sandwiches because no one's going in pizza restaurants anymore. They used to run like a local version of almost like Pizza Hut. Like they had buffet and all that jazz. That's a good one too, Mark. I didn't know that they were controlled. That makes perfect sense too. Like, they should be. Along the same lines of, like, so we don't have people in America just importing agave and saying, this is ours. It's along the lines of olive oil in Italy. You know, the whole classic mob thing with olive oil. And meanwhile, Spain produces 3 times as much olive oil as Italy does. Two to 3, depends on the year. Let's see, what's the bot got in news that's going on right now we can talk about? Food industry. What's on the food industry tab? Nothing but doom and gloom things closing. Why the $2.99 snack wrap is part of McDonald's new secret sauce for success. Oh yeah, Spain makes some really good olive oil too. Sonoma makes some nice olive oil too. Don't, like, olives and grapes are like most of the good, not most, but fair number of vineyards around here, their driveways are paved with olive trees. Paved? Wrong word, but like plank. I didn't mean to zoom like that, camera. And you want to know a secret of the winemakers? Their vinegars are disgustingly awesome, but they never sell them. Like, there are, like, they'll do small production, some of them, but I have tasted some gnarly vinegars since I've moved out here. I don't use many of them, and I don't have any of them, but all sorts of weird things being grown out here in Sonoma County. Got people growing ginger and imported mushrooms and much in the news territory to hear tonight. Yeah, I actually wanted to go to the Gilroy Garlic Festival not too many years ago, and that happened to be the year that nasty things happened there. Big fan of garlic, yeah. I did. Last time I went to TwitchCon, I made sure and drove through Silicon Valley and all of that, coming back up to Sonoma. And, like, it's like Marin Plus, which is beautiful, and I can see why people love it, but it is so not me. It's just this weird, like, the best way I can equate it is the thing that sticks out in my mind is that when I was sort of breaking into proper Silicon Valley area, you have, it's basically butted right up against the salad bowl or the big valley of food growth in California. And so, quite seriously, I went from empty farmland to enclosed neighborhoods with private security. Like, the people on the farms were going to be ripping off them or something. We're about to go into an ad. I think we're just going to do an AFK until we get to come back here for the pork shoulder with that timer. That's going to give us about a 20-minute AFK here. 23-minute AFK. And, we'll come back and we'll start working on the poblano peppers. I'll make the filling for that and pre-roast them and fill them and roast them a second time. We'll get the rice going. And, yeah, we'll uncover the pork so the pork will start roasting so you get a glimpse of the pork here. Actually, we can do that right now. Let's do that before we go to a break. Let's give everyone a look at this pork. I described it to everyone. I didn't show it because I was keeping it covered. Keeping it under wraps. Oven's at 300. So again, that is coated. There is a layer of pineapple, pureed pineapple, onion, garlic, and cayenne pepper. So that's going to continue cooking without the lid, but we've got all that stock and onions in the bottom there to cook off. So this is, were you desperate? If you were desperate for pork, you could break into this at this point it's just nowhere near as tender as I want it. Really, a minimum I would say is another half hour in the oven, but we're going to give it even a little bit longer than that. Like, this is a 2.5 to 4 hour project depending on size of your roast, what temp you're using, etc., etc. That smells amazing, by the way. Mostly smells of pepper and onion, but it smells amazing. Wasn't what I wanted to move. Alright, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Well, maybe I'll be here for another 20 seconds to make sure everyone's back from ads. And as before, when all of you lovely people came in on the raids, I'm still going to be here. I'll still be in chat. I'm just not going to stand up in front of the camera. I'm going to go sit down. back, everyone. Where do I start? I think we need to make our filling first. So we're going to move some stuff off the cutting board now. We'll get started with our filling for our peppers. Which the filling, I'm going to make more filling than I'm going to be able to fill in these peppers. If only because I'm using the whole refried beans can and I'm not planning on getting rid of the rest. Use it. Even if I'm just putting it on a tortilla with some pork. Doesn't sound bad, does it? How big is this bag? Selling me the plant with the cauliflower. I'm just going to cut the florets off tonight. We're going to roast the florets off for dinner tomorrow night. If I was making soup, this would all go in the soup. We're using the same bowl that I used for making tortillas earlier. Only using half the red onion. Knife got dirty from the pork earlier. Make sure and give that a good clean up before we come back here and use chop an onion. Let's see. You're gonna hate yourselves when you don't get it. Oh, it didn't even say it there. It was preserve. Or no, it wasn't. What happened there? The last one was preserve and it got it right. And it didn't put anything in there again. Huh. Ah. Okay, that one's got a variable in the right place. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, this one's a pretty tough one. I don't even know how to pronounce it, if it helps you. Bit of sunflower oil. Bit of butter. Pull out some emergency butter. So close. You're actually getting pretty close there. Add our onions in there. Garlic powder. Salt. Should have did this even earlier. Should have salted them as they hit the pan. It may be my new favorite smell is not just onions, but onions in butter that are salted and they're all together. Like, for the longest time, you know, sauteing onion and garlic is just heavenly. But I think this one ups it. Maybe if we hit it with a splash of white wine, it'll even take it further. I don't have any white wine to splash it with right now, but sort of wish I did. Just sort of like nutty, woody smell with that butter along with the onions. Delicious. Add our cauliflower in the pan with that. Soften that all up. Touch more salt. Sherry. I do have cognac, and I might have some brandy. Yeah, I still have some brandy too. I don't know that I'm going to go with the same brandy again. I went with a cheap local, pretty well known name. It's a Corbel brandy. Don't know if I really want to go with a grape brandy again, or if I'll go with something else next time. Never been much of a cognac drinker. I don't really drink much, chat. We've been talking a little bit about booze tonight, but I only occasionally drink. And so I bought both, figuring things were going to get pricey with the whole tariffs and all of that. Just before the European ones hit, I bought myself a couple bottles of cognac. And so I've got both Courvoisier and, what's the other one? I can't remember the other one. It's not in the cabinet. Hennessy. And so I'm trying both of those and seeing what they're like. Courvoisier, which I can't pronounce properly, is supposed to be a little bit more, perhaps flowery, fruitier than the other. Back that up for tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to toss these in, but I'm going to toss these in something, probably something a little spicy, and roast them off in the oven with tomorrow night's dinner. Yo. There we go. Blue line all the way across. Sealed. Some color over here. This is nice. Color is flavor. Let's turn the heat off on that now, though. Oh, that's the other thing. Here. We need another one of these bad boys. This time I'm taking the seeds and sides out and just do that over the trash. We'll add all of this in with the onions and cauliflower. Mixing the refried beans in that, the black bean refried beans, which need to be scooped out. It's not like the normal refried beans where you can pull them out like the cranberry sauce with some disturbing sounds. Alright, so we'll mix this all together. Hope the heat loosens the beans up a bit. Oh, I didn't even get you that hot already. I didn't want you even really going. Darn it. Get over here, cheese. My cheese drawer is packed right now. I'm not normally a big fan of pepper jack cheese. I thought I'd give Tillamook's a shot. I may have before and forgotten. I don't like that they basically use like seeds and skins in many cases, like the pulp, like they've been taken from like they'd make a deal with a hot sauce company that has extracted all the juice out of them, and they use the pulp and the seeds because it's better in cheese anyways. But I don't like the texture of that. I want the spice and the color of the peppers, but without the skin. Why am I over here? I needed a grater, not something in the fridge. That looks like a good amount. And to clarify, I understand that it's like they put fresh peppers in there, the peppers would release liquid and would ruin their product. They need to use like either a dried or a some sort of specialty product. I don't see any seeds in here, so that's good. But like, yeah. It's still got the like pulp issue. And take most of this, mix this in with the refried beans. The rest of this is going to be for capping the peppers, which we're now going to have fun with. Grab a paring knife here and going generously around the, I don't know what to call that, but the what used to be the base of the flour. And that's going to pull most of our seeds out, and then you can sit there and play games with fingers and pull the rest of them out. gonna get a pan out here. Need parchment. It's pretty close. It's definitely green, but it's pretty close. Like you can see. I feel like this is a Chemical Brothers song and someone snuck onto this platform. It reminds me so much of, I forget the name of the song. I think it was a collab with Beck, too. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to spray the outside of these now with avocado oil. Nice and slippery now. They've actually done 2 songs with Beck now, and both of them are awesome. They're both very chill songs, but they're both awesome. Okay, what else do we need to get done before we do this? I think we're set. These are going in the oven, in with the pork. Okay, we got that covered. We're gonna throw you in the fridge, but up top here so I know what you are. And we can start in with our rice. I may add a bit more water to this because I brought that up to a boil again. There's not a lot of 4-letter words out there. I got like a third of the way or so through the alphabet. Hint, hint, there's a 4-letter word. Before I gave up on them. There's a few from the late dictionary, but yeah, I gave up on 4-letter words pretty early on. Still ended up with like 1,600 words, and planning to expand it actually here sometime soon. Ooh, add the break. We're just going to be putting the rice in there and waiting for the peppers to cook. I'm gonna add the rice into the stock now. Make sure we get all that spice in there too. You might be concerned about the pith of the lime giving us issues because it can be bitter. I've done this many times and I've never seen an issue with it myself. I've never had a problem with it. I'm not going to blend the lime in there after it's done cooking. Another repeat. That's weird that we get 2 repeats in a night. Has there been more that I haven't noticed? I put the lid on the rice and the stock. We're going to wait till that starts shooting out steam at a nice solid boil. And I will then turn off the heat on that and let it sit for at least 10 minutes to continue cooking through. Sort of peel-off method. White rice method. White rice method. There we go. Now we got steam shooting out of that. Cut the heat off on that. Now line our rice being just about ready for our peppers. How's your Sunday, chat? Anyone doing anything special for the extra day off? At least us in the U.S., we have a banking holiday this year, this Monday. And one of those days they give you off to go and spend a lot of money and go and have a party that, you know, indebts you for the next 3 months. Sort of like me in TwitchCon. Ooh. Grade 2. What do they focus on in grade 2? Like, I don't have kids. I have no clue what... Like, distant memories, but of a probably completely different type of school. That's good. My understanding is like, starting after day 1, you start losing ability to be multilingual. And after you peak at your ability to be multilingual at age 2. Much less grade 2, which is, I don't know what the age difference there is, but... Well, I wish you good luck in the start of the new season. And there aren't a ton of schedule hiccups or anything like that. Is that this weekend or is that... No, that's like later this month. There's another festival coming up later this month I was thinking of going to. It's unlike most other ones, it's at an actual... Well, I should take that back because vineyards try to do anything to do a party, but it's the first like event that I've seen like that at one of the ones, and I'm sort of half hedging on that because KJ, I've seen some similar things with their Tomato Fest. Awesome, Mark. Yeah, they're cool. They can get old really quick, but they're cool. Tasting is actually something I would suggest, unless you have problems with alcoholism, I suggest most people give it a try sometime. Because it'll open your eyes to so many things and how much there is to wine. You hear the basic grapes on the bottles, but if you look at the labels, there's many other varieties. They can show you the difference between years of their own vineyards and stuff like that. They're, for the most part, all gorgeous and meticulously gardened. Yeah, but if you're going, know that it's a daytime thing. They'll even schedule you, like 10 a.m. in the morning. Come in for a tasting. Many of them are by appointment only. Many of them have a minimum fee for a tasting fee. I don't know about post-COVID. Before COVID, many of them would comp you that fee just for buying any bottle. And so as long as you're willing to buy a single bottle from a place, typically you could go there and get a full tasting, buy a bottle, and enjoy your, afternoon. They do keep you there. They do know that you're probably there for a couple of days and you want to hit up as many places as possible. The longer they can keep you there, they know the more likely they're going to make a sale. So in many cases, you're only going to be, even if you're really trying to be quick and hop between places, you're only going to get hit 2, 3, maybe 4 places before they close up for the day. And they keep sort of like normal business hours. They aren't open in the evenings for the most part. There are some tasting rooms that are like in the middle of cities that are open later, but they're like going to a wine bar compared to going to an actual vineyard. And like I said, most of them, how many farms do you know that do only one thing? they're out there. I mean, there's plenty of fields of corn out there, but most of these vineyards are owned by farmers, or they diversify and they have other things. Most of them have some sort of wine or vinegar. They'll have all sorts of other products that they'll sell along. Some of them have like farm stands set up with all their fresh produce. Like there's some that are like Richie Rich, this is the estate place where everything is perfectly manicured. And then you have some that go it's sort of my style, a little bit more rustic, a little bit. This is a closely run operation, sort of a thing. A little more cozy, but a little less professional, while not being unprofessional. Let's see what we got here from our peppers here. A little less than a minute left on that timer. Is our cheese melted in this? Yeah. Those will fill nicely. And, yeah. It's not going to be too hot for me to hold them. Those black beans got a kick. Like, I added that cayenne pepper in there, which is quite a bit. But I think I used Amy's black bean refried beans. It tastes like there's like green chili or something in there too. And green chilies, cilantro. Okay, so this was just our preliminary roast here on our peppers. This is just to soften them up a little bit. Get them flexible and a little bit more fillable. We'll give those a moment to cool down so that I can actually hold on to them. Those are steaming pretty good even still. I don't know if that comes across. Well, it's not very zoomed in. And the camera's not really following me very well right now either, is it? There we go, we'll fix both of those. That's steaming pretty good still. I don't want to hold it much more than that. Even that just got the oil all over my hand. My hand's still roasting. Alright, getting into filling these. I was considering a pastry bag. If I was doing more than 2 of them, I'd probably do a pastry bag. Oops, got a 3.5 hour stream, my earbud's dying. So I'm gonna go swap my earbuds out after filling this one. I'm not trying to break the pepper, although I just hear it crack, but I am trying to fill it in and make sure that divot isn't holding us back. And we got plenty of filling here for both of these. So we still got a little bit left in the pan here. And like I said, we can throw that with a couple of these tortillas and some pork once that's out of there. I do want to go back. Where's my spoon? Try and clean these up a little bit. Pack it all in there nicely. See this one, we got a little bit of a break at the bottom. I pushed it a little too much as he continues pushing. Forced it out the other end. Alright, that's going in the oven just like that. Same thing with this one. These are now going back in the oven. Let's clean up the cutting board here. Yeah, I'm going to keep all of this too. Tortillas, still tortillas? Yep, they're still tortillas. Take a look at our rice. Drop that liquid off. Go ahead and take our lime back out of here. Just toss that. That flavor is all in that rice now. That'll do. That'll work. Mighty tasty rice. It's just rice, but mighty tasty rice. We're going to give those peppers another 15 minutes in that oven. That oven's only at 300 because of the pork. Actually, no, we should kick that oven up to the top now and do this a bit quicker. Alright, I've turned the heat up to 450. I'm still going to give it 10 minutes. I'm going to do one more AFK tonight, but we're going to switch it up and do the infomercial, dude. Let's see here. Alright, folks. I will see all of you back here in 10 to 11 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the management of this theater takes great pleasure in making this announcement. To each lady attending this theater each week, will receive absolutely free a fascinating 12-piece kitchen cutlery set, one piece each time. It is really interesting and amazing to know how you can prepare your meals in an appetizing and pleasing manner. There's an old saying, and a true one, that what is pleasing to the eye is bound to be pleasing to the appetite. I'm going to demonstrate this set to you, and I want you to watch it very closely. The first cutter that I'm going to show you, now this first one is known as the Parisian cutter. Wind it through the potato like a corkscrew. When the cutter appears on the opposite side, pull the cutter out. Place the handle in the center and twist it out. This is what they call a French curl. When you fry these, they come out like donuts, nice and brown. Serve them with your steaks or pot roast them. Unwind it, there's 2 curls out of the 1 potato. Tomorrow morning for breakfast, wind a little strip of bacon around the potato and serve them with bacon and eggs. They're delicious. Different colored vegetables, wind them together and you get the 2 colors. Here's a little trick cut. Split the curl halfway through the center. If you're making a shrimp salad and you happen to run short of shrimp, mix these in with the regular shrimp. Upon my word, you couldn't tell the difference until you start to eat 'em. Now the rest of the potato, you stuff it. We'll call this a little chicken. We'll call this here some hamburger. You might have a little meat that's been laying in the ice box for a few days. Chop the meat up fine, season it highly, stuff it into the center of the potato and bake them with the skins on. When they're done, cut them in 2. Serve them on the half shell just like that. Serve them in slices when company calls. The more company you have, the thinner you cut the slices. If your mother-in-law calls, give her a beak piece like that. Now the second tool in the set is known as the garnishing knife. Everything you cut with this must come out fancy. Watch this, please. You cut down, you turn the potato, and then you cut through the edge. First one way, and then the other. Sweet potatoes cut like this, drop them into a little batter of pancake flour and fry them. When they're golden brown, sprinkle molasses on them. Serve them with strips of bacon for breakfast. Why, they're delicious. Here's beets, you pickle them, and carrots, you steam or cream them. In making the original French fried potato, cut them in thick slices. Put them one on top of each other. Cross-cut the slices, and you'll never eat a French fry any other way. The potatoes cut like this will not absorb the fat because they're garnished around. Pineapples cut for your pineapple and cheese salad, cut them the same way. Here is one, and this is a dandy. Cuts any thickness or any size. Open it for a thick slice, close to the top for a thin slice. Saratoga chips, you can make them for 3 or 4 pennies a pound. Just pull the blade towards you like this. If you want the slices thicker than this, open the blade, there's a thick slice. Shoestrings for your Friday fish dinner, cut them down like this. Chop them up for your vegetable soup. What this knife is really intended for is for cutting the cabbage. You know the old-fashioned board, how you rip and tear, sometimes nipping the ends off your fingers. Lay it flat and pull it lightly towards you over the cabbage. The weight of the knife across the cabbage is all that's necessary. Why, ladies, when you get slaw cut as fine as this, you'll certainly appreciate eating it. The crowning feature of the set is the cutter that I'm going to show you now. This is known as the Champeen Vegetable Mincing Knife and Noodle Cutter. Now, when you want to make some real fine noodles at home, you roll the dough out like this. Dip this into a little flour so it doesn't stick to the dough, and as you roll it over the dough, that will cut the noodles in long strips, 10 at a time. Did you ever try to chop up a little nuts for cake? Well, I've seen ladies chop nuts and the nuts land up on the ceiling. Sometimes you chop the ends off your fingers. When you want to chop up a little nuts for cake, cooked meat, clams for chowder, soup greens to throw into your soup, making a little pepper or chicken hash is just a few strokes rolling it up and down. Why, here is without a doubt the meanest thing in the world to cut parsley. Put that in a grinder, you really grind it too fine. This machine, instead of crushing the parsley, cuts it quick, clean, and dry, leaving every bit of the juice and every bit of the flavor. Now, to clean this machine, you press the button. Rinse it out in a little water. When you're through using it, hang it up and let it dry. Here's one here that every lady should have in her home, known as the Parisian scoop. You lay it flat, once to the right, once to the left. When you scoop them out, you'll get a perfect round little ball. You can pot roast these, cut them out of cheese or cut them out of butter. When you're serving a fruit cocktail in the summertime, take your fresh cantaloupe, scoop them out like this, mix them with apples, pears, and watermelons, makes a delicious fruit cocktail served with a little cracked ice like you see here. But here's a tool, ladies, if you ever do get it, you'll thank the day you've seen this demonstration. When you press, it locks. It's like a pair of human hands. Reach in the oven and take the biscuits out of the oven. Ever take the hot potatoes out of the oven and burn yourself on the elbow? A roast chicken out of the oven, a piece of meat out of the pot, spinach, asparagus out of the water. Why, around canning season, when you're preserving the fruits, to take the hot fruit jars out of the water like that, that machine is worth dollars to you. And here's another one that I really know you'll enjoy having in your kitchen, known as the safety grater. No doubt you're familiar with the old-fashioned grater. I've seen ladies take a grater and rip the knuckles off. When you want to grate up potatoes for delicious potato pancakes, this has a smooth, flat edge, impossible to cut yourself. Just like you were washing clothes, you rub it up and down, and you really grate your vegetables real fine, retaining all the flavors and all the juices. Breadcrumbs for when you're serving veal cutlets or anything like that. You want a little breadcrumbs to fry your fish in? Why, there's the greatest proposition in the world. Use that for coconut, cheese, or horseradish. When you're through with it, just hit it down like that. That knocks all the food out. Rinse it out in a little water and hang it up and let it dry. Now, here is a stone made of carborundum and sapphire quartz, which is made purposely to keep these knives sharp. When they get dull, a few strokes over the edge like this, and you can put a keen cutting edge on it. If you have a dull knife or a dull pair of scissors, an old sickle or a scythe, a lawnmower, cleaver, an axe, there's a tool that will really put an edge on the knife, so the knife will really cut for you. I just want to give you an idea of how sharp that knife really is when you sharpen it with that stone. Ladies, I've seen some of you try to open up cans. Now, there's a can of Campbell's baked beans. I've seen ladies open up a can and you poke a hole in it, go around the top, hippity-hop, and your finger slips. Let me show you a real proposition. Look, lay it on the can, lift up the safety, and turn the key. That locks itself on the can. No harder than you were winding up your watch. Wind up the key and that'll cut the top off of the can slick and smooth. Notice how the end raises itself up in the air so you can lift the lid off, giving you a clean, smooth edge. Now that can be used for sardine cans, square cans or round cans, exactly the same way. Now this tool here, my dear friends, needs no introduction. This will save you on an average of $20 to $30 every year you use it as a peeling knife. Here's a grater for cheese, coconut, or horseradish, a fish scaler for scaling your fish, and when you're coring your apple, it's just a slight twist of the wrist, and there's the apple core. There's one more tool that I want you to see, and I want you to watch this one very closely. Many a times when you're baking a pie, you have a pudding in the oven. I've seen ladies wrap a towel around your hand, and many a times you burn your fingers. Hook this onto the pot like this and lift the hot pots off the top of the stove. You've got a pie pan in the oven. Catch a hold of the pie pan like this. Why, you couldn't get it off with a team of horses. This will positively lift 100 pounds. There's a pail of water weighs 50 or 60 pounds. That's the way you pick it up. But there's one more tool. I'll be all through and I'll be finished. Oh, now the next tool and the last one is what they call the Sarah Bernhardt cutter. This was invented by the head chef of the Imperial Hotel in the city of Berlin, Germany. You place the screw into the center of the vegetable. Twist the vegetable until the threads catch a hold. Then you wind this up. You keep winding until you utilize the whole potato. The faster you...
Okay, I don't think that was quite 10 minutes. But I'm back regardless. We have some peppers out of the oven. The cheese has fallen down, and I am using my spatula to help convince that it wants to remain across the top here as they cool down. Just about. There's some great ones in there, Tanik. A lot of them don't actually function as well as they look. I've got a couple of them myself, but yeah, a lot of them are pretty cool. This one included does not work all that great. The whole twisted in and turning, it was one of the last ones. You have to keep very constant speed and pressure, and you'd be surprised how many vegetables are not designed to be screwed into. Like potatoes, they just want to split rather than be screwed into. Not sure how long I want to give the pork at a high roast. I haven't seen it in a bit, so I don't know if it's even going to be roasting up much, although it's only been at 450 for solid 10 minutes or so. Yeah, the peppers are looking tasty. They got some nice roast on the outside of them. I'm looking forward to seeing the other side that was actually on the pan. Probably a bit more roasty on the other side. The rice is looking good. The pork was looking good earlier, he says ominously. Yeah, we'll try it up. And we have pork. That looks like pork. That sounds dangerous, Tanik. You might be eating all day now. I was supposed to let the pork sit for a good 10 minutes or so. Meh. Unrusting it. It's in a pool of liquid already. It is rather tender feeling pork, though. It's not exactly fallen apart quite yet, but that's mighty tender feeling. Like that fork goes in there with minimal pressure. And this knife ain't using much pressure to cut either. This isn't breadcrumbs if you're just tuning in. This is a combination of pineapple, onion, cayenne pepper, garlic that I blended and then poured over the top. And so that has sort of acted as a secondary fat cap on this lovely looking pork. Oh, nice tannic. If you have no problem affording it the rest of life, and who knows what price it's going to get to in the next 50 years as everyone starts using them. So I think it's time to make ourselves a plate for dinner here. I'm going to move this pretty pork shoulder. We're going to be continuing using this tomorrow. We're going to be doing lettuce wraps with this. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which plate? We'll start off with a layer of rice on the bottom here to catch the drippings from everything else. Lost cheese. Oh, awesome. I don't know if that was the case that could happen in the US, but given your time zone, I have a suspicion that you're maybe more Australian. what else do I have that I should be putting with these? Like, I would consider putting like some jalapenos on there, and I sort of want to, if only for color, but there's some heat here. I'm not going to need extra heat than what's in that poblano. Got plenty of juice. I guess I could put more cheese on those, but I don't feel like grating it. So I think we're going to go with them as this. Grab a couple of photos for the Discord and for elsewhere. Alright, folks, I think that is where we're going to leave things for this fine evening. It's been a bit of a longer stream, and some long AFKs there too. This is what was necessary to cook this pork. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be back here tomorrow night. We got lots more pork to go through. I'm going to be doing lettuce wraps with that. I'm going to be doing a corn elote salad to go along with it. Going to be doing roast cauliflower. We're going to roast off the florets from the cauliflower I put in the pepper tonight. Greatly appreciate all of you hanging out with me, whether it's morning or evening for you, or middle of the night. I don't think it's afternoon for many people right now. Call it right there. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Hope to see you back here tomorrow night, and I wish you the best of the evening, morning, day you have until then. Good night.